Oh, I didn't change the game channel off Sirius Sam 4. I'm sorry. That is incorrect. We are not. There may be Sirius Sam 4 tonight. There may not be Sirius Sam 4 tonight. I don't know. But there isn't Sirius Sam 4 right now. Unless this is the new level. Like, maybe this is a new level of Sirius Sam where it's so hard that you have to program something correctly while getting attacked by monsters. They did have that text adventure thing. Which, by the way, Sirius Sam 5 has to have you playing a text adventure while being attacked by monsters, right? That's the obvious next step to take it. No, I haven't finished Monsters Expedition yet. Okay, so I believe I still have, oh no, I messed this file up. This used to be like a crash, right? Wait, no. I thought I remembered leaving, oh, yeah. Okay. Weird. So this is an LLVM backend only problem, maybe, or it has historically turned out that sometimes when there was a problem that looked like it was only in the LLVM backend, that it actually, oh, right, this was this problem. Declaring something as being an overload set. Which you can't do. At least, okay. So I guess I'm for now going to say it's illegal to do this. The question is, does that cause anything weird to happen with regard to polymorphism or something? Okay, let's try it. So there's just a special type for this. It's called overload set. And we'll say if it's not constant, because it is allowed to be constant. Like this is allowed, and the type of this would be overload set. But actually instantiating it concretely, yeah. This is going to be a fun error message to try to write. All right, so what is it called? It's entry final declaration is constant. Okay, if this occurs, we say interp report error. I'm not going to try and say anything yet, because first I just want to know, does this catch the problem here, and does it not cause a new problem somewhere that I'm not thinking of? So like, there we go, error problem. Don't you wish that your compiler for your favorite programming language gave you really helpful User-friendly error messages like error : problem. Oh wait, they all do. They all do that. They all do that. Okay, that's good. How about this? Oh, hold on. That's a previous thing. I had enabled DirectX 12, and that doesn't compile yet. Okay, well, we're able to compile the game without problem, so that's good. It's taking a while to start up, though. There we go. Okay, no problem. Great. So now let's do the tests. And while the tests are running, I'm going to assume there won't be a problem. So how do we explain this? We say cannot instantiate a variable whose type is a collection of overloads. It's just yeah, I don't really know how to say this better. Any declaration bound to a set of overloaded procedures. Yeah, overloaded procedures must be constant. Detect and disallow instantiating. Okay, I gotta pour my tea before it gets nasty. 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 Typo in procedures. Really? I did notice I'm kind of having an impaired day generally. Like my confidence is down. Probably because I was playing Serious Sam till like 5 in the morning. Overloaded procedures. I got the second one though. I'm really glad that I'm not dyslexic in this sense, because programming must be really hard if you're dyslexic. Like I make enough little errors normally. Okay. Whose or which? Well, I like to personify. And you can't say which type here, or maybe you can if you're from England, but in America you can't say. Is that grammatically correct if you're a snooty London person? You can't say cannot instantiate a variable which type is a collection. You would have to say the type of which. And that's just more awkward. So it is what it is. Okay, well that was easy. Unfortunately now, I have other bugs that we have to deal with, or that I have to deal with, that come from beta testers. Oh, and also I'll put in here I'm starting to do this more and more, because one thing that I notice is I'll do some code to handle some case, and I'll come back years later and be like, I don't remember if this can happen anymore. because you know the language semantics change and the feature sets change and stuff. So I'm starting to try to do this more often because it really is helpful. Just for the coworkers and people that have to use their software. I don't know, like, I feel like if you were dyslexic as a programmer, you'd get variable names wrong all the time, right? Or maybe you would work around that by using really short variable names. Which also might annoy people. Or maybe that just means you use Sublime Text's really annoying autocomplete for everything. That's another way to do it. Is localization a thing for any programming language? Some have done it a little bit. I was definitely considering doing that for this language. However, also people were saying, wait, don't do that because then I can't do a web search on the error message. But honestly, just make an option to report the English message instead, and it's probably fine. Okay. I will go to my email. Okay, I've got a few from the same person, and one of them looks more serious than the others. Actually, two bugs. Struct literals for structs defined in modules imported. This could be easy, or it could be a giant pain in the butt. We'll see. Gotta get chat back up. Okay. Attempt to dereference a non-identifier. Oh, because, okay. The problem is this wants a left-hand side that's an identifier, but this expression is not an identifier, right? It's a binary subscript. So I was being presumptuous. Attempt to dereference with a non-identifier. Wait, this isn't exactly what I thought. Oh, I see. Interesting. So if I do this, that's fine. Okay. So the deal is, we have this way of parsing stuff where, you know, we parse it the wrong way, the way that you naturally would parse things, and then we do a tree rearrangement. And that tree rearrangement I'm actually not sure. This kind of thing breaks my brain to try to think about it. So what happens when we parse this normally without the parentheses is we make a node for C, or then we see the dot and we go, okay, make a binary node, left is C, right is whatever we parse, okay? And then we parse this and we go, okay, it's on the right is a dot, and then left and right, okay? And then there's a fix-up step. Except this is not right. So the issue is this is a different kind of a node. Let's just let's break there so I can show the data structures. Whoops, I'm compiling the wrong thing. Come on. Come on. What's going on? Oh, because I fixed the file. That's why. You can't repro the bug if you work around the bug. All right. I need to make a less pain in the butt streaming arrangement. Why even create the problem in the first place? So that people can understand what's going on if they don't speak English. Okay. Wait, what? Why don't we ever stop there? Oh, now because see, there's so many things wrong. We were in release build, which meant that just breakpoints don't work for whatever reason. Okay. Attempt to dereference with a non-identifier. Great. And so what's going to happen is binary right is going to be, I think it's going to be a struct literal? Yeah. Okay, so now this is where it gets weird. And where I kind of regret the way that I'm doing the parsing in this way. So I think we look in values struct literal info. And this might be easier to see in the header file, but okay, there's this thing called type expression, which is actually the thing on the left of the dot. And if I do this, bam, asked ident. Yeah, so what's happening is this is a struct literal. Okay, but the problem is it can't look up the name x64 options, right? So if I were to do this in the parser the way that it works, when it does the tree rearrangement, it should look and say, hey, do you have a binary dereference operator where the right-hand side is a struct or an array literal, because array literals work the same? If you do, then we actually have to jigger the tree so that this actually becomes the what was it called? Type expression? Type expression. Now, then there's complications. What if it's like f.c, right? What happens? What happens is we put this down there, and then we end up with the same thing here, and we have to like move that into there. And the question is, does that work automatically? And the answer is, I don't know. Now, instead of doing it that way, what else could I do? I could change the way the parsing works, where I don't try to put this in there. And where this is actually a binary operator in the regular way. And then this is struct literal. Do I like that better? Not necessarily. I need to turn on the air conditioning to extra strength. What is f here? I don't know. It's just anything, right? We're looking at what happens if this is longer. I really, problems like this annoy me because there's nothing rocket science about this at all. Like, this is just a basic parser thing. So I think I'm just going to solve it in the obvious way, already in keeping with what I'm already doing. I don't want to, have to switch that around, I think. So I'll do that, and if there's any kind of giant roadblock, then I'll reassess, but otherwise I'll just do it. Okay. So where this kind of adjustment happens, like I said, we parse it one way and then we change it afterward, and that is in a thing called tree changer. And now, because I haven't looked at this forever, I get to try to figure out what's going on. Okay, this is actually doing the same thing. So here, if you say c dot f of 7, right, where f is some function, that has the same, that is the same thing, I guess, where it parses as c and then dot and then f of 7, and then, so we grab the procedure call, and then twiddle this around. So this is pretty much the same thing we want to do. So if we have a literal, so this is not handled yet. Here, if it's a struct, we basically want to do the same thing. This is just the info record where we put stuff. And I believe it's that info that has the type expression on it, right? I'm going to delete my c.f of 7. That's not going to be good for anyone. So if we have a literal there, we need to swap this thing down. Okay, actually, we want this too. What I'm doing is I'm factoring this thing that was very specific into a general place for handling this kind of problem. And for all of them, we want to say, don't do this swap if there's some kind of parenthesization around. So what that would be, if we go back to, if we go back to our program, right now we're saying, oh, we should rewrite this so that it's the right thing. But if somebody did this, you can't change that, right? I mean, it's wrong. It wouldn't compile, but you can't change the meaning of those parentheses, right? And so that's what that flag check is to make sure that that doesn't happen. So here, we say actually, we're not using this variable left at all, right? Interesting. So top arrow right is info arrow okay, well, there's a weird case here too. Because there's anonymous struct literals and non-anonymous struct literals. And so okay, so we say top. So top is this binary expression, right? So we're saying top arrow right is info type expression, and info type expression is left associate top, which recursively adjusts anything. So in theory, that's all we have to do. In practice, who knows? In practice, maybe I'm dumb. And also, I haven't thought about this in like 2 years. So, wait, what? Oh. Dir. Okay. There we go. So, let's make the program at least print ta-da. Why? Wait, what? That's not right. I think I screwed it up because it should have printed a struct there. Okay, somehow we ended up just saying b equals c.x64 options. Oops. See, I told you I'm dumb sometimes. Why did that happen? Oh, because we didn't return. We have to return that as the new top node, I think, or it doesn't work. There we go. That is the correct answer. You always have to run your thing a little bit. Like, just because it compiles and appears to run doesn't mean it actually works. Like, the worst programmers are the ones who don't really try the code that they write beyond what is minimally possible to check it in. Everybody hates those people. Don't be one of them. Because you make all sorts of problems if you do that. Okay, well, we're going to once again do our thing. Let's build the tests and all that in debug just to be paranoid. It'll take a little longer. I don't have a second window. When your compilation speed is so fast, sometimes you hit the compile hotkey just to put it in your buffer so that you could change part of it. All right, well, we can compile the game. So we're not done yet though, because while the tests are running, we're going to have to do this twice because I didn't do the array literal part. And it's basically the same. The thing is, array literal info is a different struct. Yeah. It actually has it in the same slot. So if you did something crazy object-oriented to like associate these, you could actually not have to have this code twice. But the resulting complexity would be more than what would be involved in having this code twice. It's called, in this case, sometimes I give things a slightly different name so that I don't get confused about them. Oh, element type expression. Element type expression. That's all. But we're doing exactly the same thing. Okay. Let's kill this for now because we're about to do it again anyway. And we'll do the game again. It's equivalent to doing foo blah equals foo dot blah equals 3, where foo is a struct type in C. I guess so. Like last time I programmed in C, you couldn't do that. I don't know what year they added that to C, but yeah, that's basically the deal. We're just making a struct with members with values that we want. How do we deal with C-type strings? What do you mean? I need a more specific question than that. You don't actually need the cast in C, right? C99. So that's a while ago. C-type strings in libraries you call from your language. I mean, what? But again, I don't understand the question. Like, if a procedure wants you to pass it a C-style string, you have to pass it a C-style string. So what? Like, if you're of the mindset that I should be magically doing something different from that, that's not really the kind of idea that this programming language is based on. That said, we do a little bit to interoperate with C strings. So for example, any string literal in this language will implicitly cast to a C-style string. So that actually covers a lot of cases, right? If you're just passing a constant string into a C function, you can just do it and it just works, right? But if you have a dynamically allocated string, you have to copy it and put a 0. That's just how it is. You know, don't use legacy libraries with bad string formats, right? If that annoys you. But it's much better to do that and make the work explicit than to have the programming language like, you know, magically do some implicit conversion that allocates memory and fills it in and then free. Like, that would be terrible. We don't do that. How long did Braid and the Witness took to compile? I don't know. Like, Braid was probably around 12 seconds. Witness was probably around a minute and a half. If you are talking about just the main game. that was on computers of the time, right? And those were two different times. And also compilers of different times, right? Like the compiler we used on the Witness was much slower than the one on Braid because it was a later version of Visual Studio. We actually thought the strings were zero terminated by default. No. I mean, they are compiler generated strings are zero terminated by default, right? Which is why string literals work that way. But you don't want to add the additional constraint that users always have to zero terminate their strings whenever they do string manipulations, because that would get rid of a big amount of the benefit that you get from the string format anyway, right? So like, say I type in a name, say you're making a shell and I type in a name of some command line that has like 3 or 4 things on it, right? If you want to parse out each of the things, like what's the name of the command, what's the first argument and all that, you just return ranges into the initial string, right? And those are valid strings of their own. You don't have to allocate memory just so you could put a 0 there, which is really nice. That said, you could destructively manipulate the string if you were in C, but that implies that the string isn't coming from somewhere that's higher security, that's like read-only or something. Who knows, right? It's just better to be able to do non-destructive operations like that. Modern is slower? Yes, modern is always slower. That's not even funny. That's not controversial or anything. Software is getting slower over time, indisputably. Why the dot between type and value? We don't talk about syntax here. Just don't bother me about syntax. I don't care. Do you generally have rules of thumb that would help you make decisions quicker? I mean, well, A, if something is preventing other people from getting things done, then that's the highest priority, right? But then B, it's just, what do you need to do to get the game done? Like honestly, that's a really weird kind of a question for me, because if you're actually working on a big project and you have a ton of work, you don't have this abstract problem of deciding what is important. Like there's going to be things that seem important and you just do those. So like, I don't see why it would take a lot of time to make decisions about that kind of thing. Maybe I don't understand the question, and again, some more context would provide it, but like, it sounds like the kind of thing that people who want to avoid doing work would do is like, let's spend a long time deciding about the work we will eventually do. Like, that's just not the way to win. Like, if you actually make sure your time is devoted toward actually getting the game done, as opposed to talking about getting the game done, then you get the game done eventually, right? That's the actual important thing. Sometimes it takes 20 seconds to open Windows Terminal, but everyone said the new Windows Terminal is amazing. Okay. I'm going to reply to this person and say, he has a similar one that we could also look at, but first we'll check in. I'll put his other one here. Let's go to the change log. So commit. Parsing. Okay. So now this should fail to parse too, according to this bug report. Yep. So bake arguments doesn't like this as well. But actually, I think maybe the parser is just being too pedantic about this, because it's like parsing an identifier and then parsing the rest. I think we should just say parse something and then have it be a procedure call. I wonder if there's a reason I didn't do that. Oh, probably because there might be something about what can go in here. All right, let's take a look though. Let's take a look. How many primitive types do we have? Well, where's the best place to look? These are pretty much the primitive types, so 14. Although some of them, like overload set, is not really a full type. Any is honestly not. How do I say this? Any is just a struct, but the compiler treats it a little bit specially. But mostly it's just a struct. It's just you can implicitly cast to it. Yeah. But that's it. You can do the Star Citizen thing of talking about getting it done, saying it is soon done, and collecting all the dollars forever. Dude, if I had done Star Citizen instead of what I'm doing right now, I would have a lot of money. Purely technical decisions, like I shouldn't be implementing this feature like that. I could do it faster this way. Yeah, okay. First of all, what you're saying is right. You said at the end of that, it's obvious that experience will answer that question. Like, yes. On the other hand, if you could somehow get the knowledge that people usually get from experience without having to wait all the time to get the experience, that's better. And technology moves forward, and we might actually be able to fix the garbage pile that is software. So from that standpoint, I thought you were asking, I had interpreted the original question as being more about like project management generally. Whereas if you're talking about programming and technical decisions, like, yeah, there's definitely it's definitely important to have a very good heuristic for that. And my heuristic is, the thing is, mine is different from other people's. I also think I get more done than a lot of those other people, but you know, it doesn't mean that it's because of that heuristic necessarily. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's hard for me to say anything too specific about that, except for the thing that I always say, which is, don't try to make exactly the right decision in the beginning if you're doing something interesting, because you don't understand the problem yet, right? Because you're doing something that hasn't been done. And if you don't understand it that well yet, you can't really make the right decision. It's just not possible, right? You have to use your initial versions of the software as a way to become an expert at the subject matter of whatever you're trying to program, right? And then after you've done that, after you've tried a few different ways of doing things and seen what works and seen what doesn't, then you're in a position to make a better decision about how features should go. And what I just said is more about making things the best rather than fast, but that's also fast, because one way to not be fast at programming is to make a very bad decision because you don't know better, which most people don't in the beginning, and then spend a lot of time over engineering that bad decision. And then later it turns out it was a bad decision. You have to reverse it anyway. Like, that happens very frequently in software projects. And so this is a way that I have of avoiding that. It does mean that I have to rewrite things 3 or 4 times sometimes, but they get better every time. And in the end, I always end up with something that was much better than what the initial decision would have generated, right? And so I always say, don't worry that much about the quality of your initial thing, right? Just do whatever you need to do to make it happen and get it in there and get a working program. That said, that is only good advice if you then have the discipline to go make that better later, right? You have to go rewrite it later if you do that. The problem with the whole internet is people do that and then they say it's fine and then they give it to you and say patch is welcome, right? Don't do that. Yeah, make it work, make it right, make it fast. Totally. In the earlier days of this compiler, all the time I would program stuff where I was like, okay, look, I know this is going to fail if somebody passes something weird to this feature, and I'm just not going to deal with it right now because I need to get it in there and I need to kind of see how it is, right? But at this point, I've gone it through and, industrial strengthized all that, hopefully. and things are working, right? So that's the way that I like to work. Any news on awesome new feature? The news is I just should stop tweeting things like that. Like, sometimes I get excited and I tweet things, but then I hate it when people keep asking, are we there yet? Are we there yet? The news on awesome new feature is it's partially implemented and partially not. And it's moving forward. Isn't that Kent Beck's quote? What? Make it work, make it right, make it fast? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who Kent Beck is, but somebody said that in chat. I would mostly agree with that, except that make it work is sounds a little bit too much like make it right. Like, I would say make it run. Make it kind of run would be my first step, because I don't want to, you don't want to degrade your standards and say that something works when it is actually kind of janky, right? Any tease what it is? No, I would have said what it was if I wanted to say what it was. Basically, I don't say unreleased information about this compiler anymore publicly. I'm tired of the way that was abused. Casey makes it work first. Yeah, I mean, he also takes a lot longer to ship things. But maybe, maybe they end up better. I don't know. Okay. Abused how? I don't want to answer that. Like, I end up complaining about it too often now, so I'm just going to stop. Just let that be the explanation for why I don't talk about this stuff anymore. Okay. So let's look at bake arguments in the parser. Yeah, so here we explicitly look for an identifier. And the reason is, I think, is because of this, because we say comma separated bake arguments, which I'm not sure why. So okay, it looks to me like this is just saying you want some parens and some equal signs and all that. So this is like a more specific version of a procedure call. However, I don't necessarily see the point in doing this way, even though that's how I did it, right? I think what happened is this, it was originally pretty different, and then I changed it, and the change sort of, moved the code into the neighborhood of where it used to be. I don't really see why, like, see this used to be here and used to do something weird. And now we don't have or need that anymore. So what I think I would prefer to do this is just straight copy and pasted. Why did I even support this? Oh my God. Do I still do that elsewhere? No. Okay. This is very old. What I would prefer is just to parse a procedure call and then check to make sure it doesn't do anything funny that we don't like. So I think we're going to do that. Like, for example, in a procedure call, in this, you have to actually say identifier equals value, right? In a general procedure call, you, of course, don't have to say that. You can say like 7, right, instead of x equals 7. But maybe that's not even good long term. Like maybe, no, we wouldn't. I think we want to leave it like this. But the point being, we can parse the procedure call and then extract that stuff out later and check to make sure it fits the format that we want. So maybe the reason I left it this way was like, we might change it some more. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's exactly procedure call syntax, but it is right now. So what we're going to do is just delete this. Feels good. All right. So now we're going to say, we're just going to parse an expression and set it, and we'll deal with it later in the type checking phase to make sure that it's correct. And the reason is that, again, this could come from a user submitted syntax tree that doesn't go through the parser. So you really don't want to do a lot of stuff like that in the parser. Okay. So we're going to say bake arrow. Let's say auto expert is parse expression. Can we just do that? Yeah. And then if we don't get an expression back, which is legal sometimes, we'll say report parse error, expected an expression after. God, I inherited this like robot speak from earlier compilers. Just like speak English, man. After okay. Directive name. Because it could be either of these, bake constants or bake arguments. And then we're going to delete this and delete this and delete this. And we're going to say bake arrow call expression equals expr. So we have to go to this and going to do that. And then the question is, do we want to keep our own tracking of the values and names? And I'm not sure. Let's see. I don't remember, I guess. I think we have this thing called break names from expressions. That's happening in the parser. Yeah. So then we will get in this procedure call, we'll have right-hand sides here and left-hand sides here, and we just check to see if any of the names is null, which means there wasn't a name for that one. That said, I'm thinking of strongly typing this. Simply because actually knowing that it's better, see, because I'm going to have to go change a bunch of stuff. I have to change the exposure of the bake directive, the user level version that the meta program can see needs to get changed as well. It's nice because it'll be simpler. People will get it more. But if this is a general expression, it's like more cryptic to deal with it over there. So we can check to make sure it's a procedure call at parse time. And you would be expected to comply with that because it's strongly typed when you're submitting from a user program. And of course, we can have a secondary check on that, but that would be more along the lines of the kind of like robustness checking you would generally do against a tree of stuff. Okay. Wait, parser. So we do directive name, turn null, okay. And we won't call it call expression, we'll just say call. or procedure call. Because call expression sort of implies it's something else. Okay, so we're going to get plenty of errors still because we're still trying to refer to the old things, but I just wanted to hit compile on that. Let's do that again. Procedure ident. Right, so this is where we're generating code for it, so no surprise. Okay, let's go to copier. Copier is early. Oh, and parser. Well, let's do copier. It's easier. So here we just see procedure call. And yeah, these are no longer. Did I take those out of the structure? Let's take these out. Let's go ahead, actually. So, like I said, here, you need to change this, right? This is the version that gets exported. Oh, dynamic specialize. Wait. I forgot about dynamic specialize. And that might ruin this entire plan. This also calls parse comma separated bake arguments. Oh, it does the same thing though. You know what? This can be the same thing. All right. We're really out in the weeds. This is how you just make your compiler better. Is you, like I said earlier, you just rewrite things and they get better, hopefully, if you're good. Okay, so here, I'm just pasting this dynamic specialized code in for a minute. Right, so yeah, we just have to set bake type. That's the only thing that was different. So we're going to do that. Dynamic specialize is a pretty rare feature. Like we don't use it much yet. It's pretty advanced. Okay, that's later. Okay. Still rolling along. Let's go to, so the question is, do I do this validation in typer? Okay, so this stuff. See, this is automatically taken care of. We don't have to do this stuff because if the procedure call infers, then we're good. So yeah. Is it a problem to redundantly call strings match? Like ideally you wouldn't do that twice, right? Like, yes, this is sort of CPU that's wasted. You could theoretically mark up strings match enough so that the compiler knows that it's constant, but honestly, that stuff doesn't work very often, and it's a huge pain. Here, though, like, bake directives are not very common. Like, you have way, way, way fewer of them than you have procedure calls in your program. So spending a little extra CPU for those just to keep the code simple is an okay trade-off, I think, mostly. But yeah, we are doing some redundant work right there that's kind of stupid. Yeah, like if this was happening, if for some reason this was like every identifier in the program, I wouldn't do this, right? So it's, you know, how often things happen is a big determiner of what the appropriate approach is. Okay, so this is just the stuff that does type checking on the bake. We don't really need to do this. Let's do the checking. There's weird stuff, like because we're parsing a procedure call, people could put like inline on there that you want to ignore. That's about the only thing that I can think of. All right. So if like this is the kind of thing that you'll be much happier if you check for this as you think of it, rather than writing a ratty compiler that doesn't handle a bunch of weird stuff that people throw at it. And then, you know, part of making a robust program that people can use is thinking of what's going to happen. So if you say inline on your baked thing, that like doesn't make a lot of sense. That said, I almost could imagine, see, if you type that in your program, you do a bake with an inline designator. That's obviously stupid. But like, what if you're writing a meta program that like grabs a procedure call from somewhere and generates a bake by just putting it together in a syntax tree? You don't necessarily want to have to think about clearing those flags to make the bake work. Or maybe you should. It's weird. It's like we'd be introducing a failure case that people wouldn't, who are doing that, which admittedly is a very small percentage of people, but that wouldn't be noticed except by executing the code. What am I most proud of? There's no single thing. The problem is the complexity ramps up when the features interact with each other. And so what I am proud of is the particular mix of features that all manage to work together here. Would it not make sense to bake an inline version of a procedure? No, because it's two different things. Like, bake makes a procedure that lives somewhere else besides, your current stack frame, right? Because it makes it at compile time. If you want to inline a baked procedure, you could do that, but you would put the inline outside the bake, right? So, like, a legitimate use of this would be, well, okay. So this would be pretty weird, but you could do something like, let's bake this thing and then call it with x equals 5 or whatever, right? Or just 5. You know what I'm saying? You could do that. But what I'm testing for right now is this. Like, that is not really a thing, right? Or you could say no inline, I guess, as well. Like, that's just not a thing. It doesn't make sense. You probably don't need these parentheses, but I put them there for clarity. Probably would look like this. Yep, you can bake and call it right away for sure. This totally is a thing you can do. I'm not sure why you would do. Well, I guess I do know why you would do that. It's just not my personal style. I like doing a separate step of like making the thing and then using it, even if we're only going to use it once. Yeah, bake is compile time. It is compile time, what the functional language people call currying. Except it's a little bit better than currying. Okay. We'll just make it an error for now, and it's not this major of a decision, and we can revise this later if it's the wrong decision. Cannot it's so hard to know how to explain things. Anyway, okay, so we caught that, but now what we want to do is we want to go to the flags. Right? How do I explain this? Must the arguments of procedure calls inside bake specifiers must be of the form x equals y. How about this? Explicit names must be used for the arguments of a bake specifier. In other words, the arguments must be of the form x equals y. Okay. We could think of a better way to explain that. Let's do this. Oh. All right. Never mind. So we could make this the info. The error will be actually, we want to pick an error location, and that'll be in the actual argument list unsorted, which is a different array. Because the name is null, we know that, so it doesn't give us any location information, but the argument it does. But here, and we'll say, argument %d does not of a bake does not use a name. Sure. Okay. So then what happens down here? Oh, a bunch of crap that we actually still don't need to do. Oh, I can't believe I wrote all this. Okay, this is going to be so much better. Because by the time we get here, because this was a sub-expression, this whole procedure call, we only get to this code once the procedure call is inferred. Whereas here, because we had a separate identifier, we had to like do housekeeping on that identifier. It's not a good idea. Although, actually, never mind. It doesn't actually get that much simpler. We just don't interp. Wait, what? Because we know that we're not going to yield there, it doesn't necessarily help. Scope entry. No. Okay, so that's, oh, we have an expression version. That's fine. Let's pass the same thing. Okay, that's fine. We actually need that because what for a dynamic or a dynamic specialized, you know, whatever is the so in general, procedure call syntax in this language can do a few things. It could expand a macro. It could actually call a procedure, or it could instantiate a struct that has arguments. And so dynamic specialize is only for the structs, which is what this is checking for. I was a little confused a minute ago. I was like, oh, we don't need that, but yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. So this is making sure it's a struct. Okay. So now this is for the other kinds of bakes. Down here, where we're trying to get the lambda out of the procedure, which we need to do. So this is just bake procedure call procedure expression. All right. Actually, this is not good. We didn't check this. This can return null. Okay. Bake an expression that is not constant. At compile time. Okay. Wasn't checking for that. That was bad news. So if it's another constant, that's not good. We're just going to give that a shorter name because we're going to use it a lot. Because that's going to be the error location. How did that happen? Emacs. Emacs. Okay, so if it's not a lambda, this is a user-facing error now. Bake a non-procedure. This is a little bit weird because we actually should make these bakes work on structs, but they just don't right now. So somebody is going to want that at some point, and at that point I will turn around and do it. Okay, so then we get the procedure, and then maybe we're good to go after that. Okay. It's just, I seem to want a short name for that. Argument names. So that's runner. We'll do that later. That's later in the pipeline. Argument value. So here we're wanting that. 7515. We have a control M in the file. Let's find that. There we go. So this is right where we were. So instead of this, we want call arrow I think. The reason this is called unsorted is that normally when you do a procedure call, we sort the arguments. like, when you use names, it's called sorting the arguments, where, when you use the name of an argument, we put that in the correct slot corresponding to which one the procedure actually wants, right? Okay. Here's that weird bakeable global thing that we were looking at the other day. I think I have a note. Do we have a note about? Yeah, we have a note about looking into that. Should the return on 7498 be true? The answer is it doesn't. Let me make sure. But yeah, okay. The answer is it doesn't actually matter. I mean, we could make it false. We could make it true. So what true or false means is basically, if there is no error, the return value says, can we continue compiling, or do we have to yield and come back to this thing later? But if you report an error, it doesn't matter, because we're not going to keep compiling. So I'm a little bit haphazard about it. Like, I sort of had this convention of returning false for a while, but then I realized, well, that makes me misread it sometimes as looking like a success code, which isn't what this is, right? So honestly, what I should do is every place, make an enum for like continue or yield, right? And put that everywhere so that there's no confusion. But I just have other stuff to do right now. It's not that important, but that would be more clear. And then it wouldn't really matter. In fact, we could have a third one. If it was an enum, we could have a third case, which is error reported. And then we could just decide whatever we want to do with that, right? But then the reason that might be better is then there's actually a right answer of what to return when you report an error, as opposed to like just not caring, which is a little sloppy. Okay. So okay, and down here, because we checked for this above, name arrow name, my favorite. Okay, we're still using argument values. Oh. I guess arg. Now it's getting too cold in here, people. It was too hot. Now it's too cold. Oh, look, it's getting shorter. Oh, this is call, not big. Procedure ident 12150. This is flatten. So we just do that and get rid of that. Simple. Hey, okay, typer now compiles. Actually, I should do another error warning fixing pass at some point. But, okay, yeah, neither of those is terrible. So now what? Bytecode runner is complaining. Bytecode builder. Let's do builder because that's earlier in the pipeline. And then once we fix these, like the message exporter is going to complain because we haven't changed that yet. All right. So, okay. This is just like if we're going to do the bake, we need to run the code that does the things. That's the procedure expression. Maybe that's it. I guess so. Yeah, yep. Okay, so now just runner is complaining a lot. I'm going to turn off the heat and turn on some tea water. Is your vision of the language that will be feature complete at one point? Yes. I do not like things that grow indefinitely forever. Well, at least not software. Like, yes, it should reach its eventual state. And I mean, I'm fine with, you know, slightly refining it every once in a while to keep up with what it needs to do, and like just adjust as computers change and stuff. But at some point you freeze it, and then if you want to make it better, do a version 2. This C++ kind of thing is a disaster. Like, that's just not the way to go at all. No. No. Okay. Are there any other on-topic questions? I'll take a short break here to take questions about what we are specifically programming right now that I can answer. Not being afraid to break things. Yeah, I am absolutely not afraid to break things. Like this, honestly, it's a little bit annoying to break this, right? But this is a relatively leaf feature, right? This is just procedure bakes, which they don't interact. They're not at the very core of the system. They use stuff that's at the very core of the system, like polymorphism, but they're not at the core. I've like completely broken the core systems of this compiler many times. That's much more painful than what we're doing right now. This one is nice because we should have a net code size win and a net complexity win after this is done. which I will be happy about. Anytime you can get that is a good day. What is the calling convention? I haven't really decided yet. It's kind of random. But you can't just pass arguments only in registers, because what if there's 300 arguments to a procedure? You have to have some convention for what happens there. And again, almost no modern programming language just does the stack, because, I mean, that's significantly slower for small procedures, right? But then again, maybe small procedures aren't that important anymore, because they get inlined anyway. This is kind of an interesting point. Like, what if you just put everything on the stack all the time? Would that really be slower? Maybe. Maybe not, though, and it certainly would be a lot simpler. And code might be faster in some ways, because it would be able to use more registers, maybe. Hold on, let me get the tea. I'll answer more questions in a second. Do I have a recommended approach to work with OpenGL? Don't. Can you describe implicit type conversions you have in the expression evaluation? So in general, I mean, there's the basic way it works, and then there's just like weird special cases, right? But the basic way it works is anything that would be a warning. Okay, almost anything that would be a warning in C, in modern C, if you did it, like something that you know, would lose information. For example, if you're casting a number to a number, or that would, you know, change the meaning of the number because it was unsigned and now it's signed. Those are all just straight up illegal as implicit casts. They don't. It just doesn't work, right? You can explicitly cast those, but they don't happen implicitly. Float to int is not an implicit cast. You have to do that explicitly. The exception to all this is float. I don't remember if I made the exception be float with any binary op with integer or float times integer only, but like you just want to be able to multiply an integer by a float and get a float all the time, right? So that is just a thing. And now part of what makes this actually work and not be a giant pain in the ass, though, is the way that we treat number literals as untyped, right? So if you say the number 7, that actually isn't, you know, a language like C will decide as soon as it sees it, like, okay, there's no type suffix on it, so that is, you know, int or something, right? We don't do that. We say, okay, if we don't get any other information to the contrary, then by the time this gets to the back end, it'll be assigned 64-bit 7. But we will implicitly convert it to other things if you want, right? And so in that case, like the 7 does automatically become a float without, you know, like there's a different thing. There's a big difference between using a literal 7 as a float and accidentally using an integer as a float, right? You're not very often going to accidentally use an integer literal as a float when you didn't mean to, right? And it's nice to have to not type like .0 all the time. So that's the basic scheme. It works very well. I'm very happy with it. Like I never have tedious problems with it. How far does the breaking things idea go for shipped software? Linux has a never breaks user space idea. And a certain interpretation of that means to infinitely agglomerate every new feature to existing software and never try to break older features. That is correct. Well, okay. The Linux kernel has that idea. Linux user spaces are just clown cars all the time and break functionality all the time, right? Is that what I mean when I say at some point, say this new work is out of scope and if we want to continue when you do version 2? Sort of, right? So part of the reason C++ is such a terrible mess is they keep wanting to add new features that do seem like a good idea. A lot of them are not a good idea, but some of them are. But the problem is they have to be backward compatible with bad decisions in the past. And nobody's going to make good decisions 100% of the time, right? But C++ especially made some bad decisions early on, and they just suffer from that forever. And so all the new features are really hard to understand, hard to use, very slow to compile and all this stuff because they're so complicated, because they have to work around this entire history of bad decisions, right? At some point you should just say, no, we're just making version 2 of the language and moving on, right? Because you can solve problems much more competently if you do that. It doesn't have to be a giant compromise 100% of the time, all the time. Things like S32 plus U8, is this allowed? Yes. So S32 plus U8 is a S32. It promotes up to the bigger type, right? And the rule is just, does the smaller type fit completely within the bigger type, right? So if you write out, U8 is 0 to 255 and S32 is, minus 2 million to plus 2 million, right? And 0 to 255 fits in minus 2 million to plus 2 million. So that's a valid implicit cast. U32 plus S8 is error. Yes, that is an error. Wait, I'm actually not sure if that's an error or not, because I never think about this. Yeah, I was pretty sure, but I just wanted to verify. We don't have a period there. Did I search for the wrong thing? I'm not like one of these kids who types on AOL Instant Messenger all day. I actually punctuate. Things. Yeah, now of course, you could do it's of course legal to add those numbers if you want, just not implicitly. So you would have to put a cast. Well, I mean, at that point, you kind of have to know what you're doing, right? But it's really interesting. So, I used to just always think that C and C++ were just going to be a mess of warnings always, because writing a program without being super pedantic yourself about a bunch of gnarly details that you don't want to care about just means you end up doing this kind of thing all the time, where you could have potentially bad results. It's not actually true. What I find is that if you start your program clear about types, and if the system is simple and easy enough to work with, so for example, the automatic literal promotion that we have, you actually stay in this zone where the types are very clear and you never get confused, and it's never a chore. It does end up being a chore if I go and port some C++ code that's been very sloppy about types, right? Because then you have to like figure out what types these things should really be and whatever. But if you go into it with that mindset, it's actually works out very well. If you defined what type C is, it would work. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. You would have to either cast A to something that's signed or B to something that's unsigned. Or just handle this better, right? Okay, let's get back to what we were working on. I've got to remember to pour the tea in a couple seconds. We were going through here, and bytecode runner is complaining 1538. Okay. This is just making sure that these things are in sync, which we don't. This also ensures that this register indices, that's the loop in bytecode builder that we just edited right before the Q&A session. And so this is saying that the lengths of the array should match. But it's also just like, let's make sure that this actually happened. Okay. Let's do. I think it was procedure call. I'm going to say call because we're going to want to do it down here as well. Argument list unsorted. Okay. There's a lot of warnings in this file. Should take care of that at some point. Okay, 1567. Argument names unsorted. That might have been it. Oh, we're going to have the messaging stuff. Yep. I told you. Okay, so remember when I went here, this is the code that user programs interface with. But there's a C version of this struct, or C++ version of this struct, that is the compiler side, and we haven't edited that yet. And then we have at least one demo program that like pretty prints code by looking at these structs, and that's going to break as well, right? So we're just, we made a change and we're dealing with the ramifications of that change, which sounds like or it seems like if you don't want to work and you're tired, you're like, oh my God, I have to do all these things. But they're good things to do. Because assuming you do them right, the compiler gets a lot better every time you do one of these, or this feature gets a lot better. Okay, so this is in Messenger. I'm wrong. Sorry. Messages. Bake. That's it. Simple. And then we have message exporter, which sends it and we're actually copying bake twice, type twice. That's weird. And then we have to do message importer as well, which is a thing that reads your syntax tree. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this macro just says force cast it to expressions so that we don't have this problem. Wait, although, did I mess this up? Oh no, the problem is that just the function that this macro calls returns an expression, whereas I want a subclass of expression, right? Okay, how badly are things going to explode? Oh, okay. So, lol. The thing that I didn't think about is that, this is fine. We just have to add a little more. The thing that type checks the procedure call wants to make sure all sorts of things are true that we don't actually want to be true. So for example, if you call a procedure and it takes 2 arguments, you need to pass 2 arguments. Well, we don't want to do that. So now the question is, here's where I start to maybe regret this decision. I don't really, hopefully, but maybe. The problem is procedure calls are really complicated and do a lot of stuff because they're one of the core workhorses of the programming language and a place where all these features come together. And we've just added one more thing about procedure calls, right? So we're going to have to do a couple things. We're going to have to flag this call so that it knows it belongs to a bake. There could be other ways of doing it, but I think we're going to do it that way. We're going to flag the call. And then when the call is doing its type checking, we're going to exclude at least this and possibly some other things. And then the question is, does that frickin' break anything? I don't know. So, well, call flags, procedure call belongs to bake. OX4, blah, 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 blah. Now, we can't set this in the parser because, like I said, things come in that weren't from the parser. So we're going to go to the flatten, and we're going to say okay. Okay. So that just flags it. And now we need to check it. We need to check it before we wreck it. Okay, so this does the lookup of the procedure expression. That's great. Does overload resolution. Okay. The problem is, to do overload resolution, we call type check arguments, right? So we want to check the types of individual arguments. God. Hold on. So the thing is also, we I'm not sure what to do about this. We'll see. We added macros after bakes, and so this procedure call thing could be a macro, and we want to think about that, but not yet. So that's all stuff for macros. Check that return values are received. We definitely don't want to do this for bakes. I think all this stuff. Yeah, like all this stuff is not relevant. I don't like what I'm doing right now, though. It's like it's adding more complexity to this routine. Okay. Anyway. So type check arguments, I think is who, yeah, is missing argument whatever. Fill in missing default arguments. I'm just, so that I don't have to put a giant if statement around this. Yeah, no, this is... Okay, hopefully that's not a complete disaster. Oh, what? It's not called call? Oh, no. Right, this gets called for structs as well. You know what? We'll do this. We're still going to be messy, but so we have a procedure call here. go to skip argument check. I don't want to have tons of indentation levels. This is really not great, but we'll do it for now. And if we're sad about that later, then we'll be sad. Okay, well, now we crash, which is great. Oh, well, argument holder, wait. When is argument holder null? For a return statement. Still is doing it. Did we fail to flag it? I don't think so. Well, let's find out why. Now, on the bright side, we've done pretty much all the drudge work that was required to make this change. Old breakpoint. Wait, really? Why are we not? It's the same arguments. Our breakpoint must not be working, right? Or did I? Did I not set a breakpoint? Is that where I'm at right now? I don't think I set a breakpoint. Oops. Actually, let's do this by line number. Oh, that's probably annoying, but we'll try it. Line 204. Maybe we're not. Argument holder arrow file name. String builder, was that? No, we're talking about simple string. Okay, I guess this error message is happening by a different. See, the problem is maybe it's here? Oh, yeah. I mean, this is down where we're talking about. Did I pass the query? Oh, we got past the query. But of course, it being Serious Sam, we're in a worse place than the query now. What is string surgery? It's a thing that I was going to do. Okay. Wait. Argument holder. Oh, duh. Yeah, the argument holder isn't the type, it's the lambda. Okay. That's obviously stupid. All right. We're going to have to explain that better. Okay, well, I think the fact that we skipped some checking has now caused something else to go wrong. Okay, this assumes sorted arguments. It's doing a bunch of polymorph stuff. Does it do anything else? I mean, it's doing type checking between the arguments, which we're going to need to double check that we do that, but I think we do. I'm pretty sure we do. Okay. Okay, this whole function assumes argument list sorted. So we don't want to go there. Okay, now is when I get sad. Because I'm realizing something. The thing that I'm realizing is and this is one of these subtle things that maybe you don't see at first. The original bake feature did not do overload resolution, right? So if you have 3 procedures in scope with the same name, it wouldn't try to pick one. It would just fail, right? And one of the things about switching over to having a procedure call there was like, hey, this is great because we can do overload resolution. Like that'll just automatically happen, right? Because it's a procedure call, and procedure calls do overload resolution, and so by the time it's done type checking, it will have figured that out. Okay, well the problem is overload resolution requires you to have a full set of arguments, and bakes don't have a full set of arguments by definition, usually. So I am not necessarily loving where this is going. Now what we could do is, instead of the stuff that I just did about just skip around certain parts of the procedure call, infer, and do other ones, instead of doing that, I could just not type check the call, right? And just use that as a parse result and as an easy thing for users to understand when they look at the syntax tree from their meta program. But then just do the type checking ourselves and just not worry about trying to solve overload resolution. And if we need to do that later, we could do it separately. That to me sounds like the right way to go, because then I get to remove the things that I just added that made me sad. Most of them. It's too hot in here again, man. It's either too hot or too cold. Yeah, the query in Serious Sam, I figured out a couple basic things. Like toward the end, I figured out like, oh, if I'm standing along this wall that these guys are coming down, they won't shoot rockets at me because they can't really see me, right? And that helped a lot. There's no way to square that circle without changing syntax? No, syntax has nothing to do with it. The problem you're talking about is there, right? So it's true. You could have two functions with totally different argument lists, each of which have an int bar, right? But again, that would just be a failed overload resolution. The thing is, it would just be a slightly different overload resolution process than what usually happens for procedures. And again, that's complicated enough that I don't want to complicate it by adding this. But it doesn't have anything to do with syntax. Like that, what you just said is independent of syntax. It's about whether people have an argument that is compatible with the bake argument. That would be the same if you wrote it a different way. Okay, before I go undo some of what I did, which is always part of what we have to do a good job. Not always, but often. And redo it a slightly different way. Are there any other questions about what's going on? This is just the way I program, right? It's like, oh, I think I know what I'm doing. And then I find something that's not quite right. And it's like, rather than power forward, I would much rather try to do it a cleaner way. Sorry, I'm not going to answer questions that require me to repeat things that I've already been talking about for 45 minutes. That's one of the things about showing up to Twitch in the middle of a stream. But if we let that happen, we'll just be repeating the same thing every 20 minutes as new people show up. But if you go back in the VOD, like I talk about it a bunch. Okay, well, commit syntax is in using the call of the function with the bake parameters instead of e.g. listing the desired final function type somewhere in the command, which seems inelegant. You mean the original function type? Because what you need to do is pick it out of the options, right? And there's already a different language mechanism to do that. But again, you can use procedure of call to disambiguate. Yeah, I mean, you could certainly do that. It seems not ideal, you're saying, but why? Like, that's orthogonal language features coming together to let you to do something, right? The non-ideal part is maybe just that Bake doesn't do its own overload resolution. But because it's a relatively niche feature that's a little bit experimental still, I'm fine with that. Like, you can get the job done if you want to do the job. And so I'm fine with that. Okay. I'm going to undo some things. How much? Who knows? Who knows? I think maybe about here. And we're just gonna like even resolved procedure expression here does, yeah. So here we're just going to say if it belongs to Bake, then the actual type of that is just void, and we go on. Easy enough. It still won't run correctly. Oh. Okay. So now in the Bake, we might need to bring back a little bit of the code that I deleted. I'm not actually sure. Let's just see what happens for giggles. Maybe we don't. Maybe it's just fine. Look, the game's compiling, everybody. Does the game run? I'm actually not sure how many bakes the game uses, but definitely at least one, because we had an error in that one. So, oh well, simple string did. Does the main application of Sokoban itself use bakes? Let's see. Oh yeah, a few. So those all appear to be working. I mean, we didn't test editor autocomplete, but it's all good. Yeah, so the short form is, you know, it's a compile time operation that makes a new version of a procedure given an old version and then some arguments that you want to make constant, right? Without any further type annotations, you don't think this plays nice with overloading? I mean, it's actually the same. as anything else. Okay, so like you don't need type annotations to do a regular procedure call with overloading, you know? Okay, so do we actually, yeah, we do the check the types match down here. Let's verify that. Let's go. Right, and whoops, not foo, bar of 11. So we're turning a 2-argument procedure into a 1-argument procedure by baking the other one, right? We're just going to make sure that works as a base case, which it hopefully will, because, whoops, sorry, bake arguments. There used to be just one directive called bake, but now there's bake arguments and bake constants, which do 2 slightly different things. There we go. So that all still works. What happens if we say hello sailor here, right? That should fail because it's the wrong type. Yeah. We don't really say in which argument we should do that, right? I'm assuming it's called I, right? Yeah. All right. I mean, I don't want to print the location twice. How do I turn that off? Oh. No label, maybe. Yeah. Okay, so that's great. So now let's do the tests in debug. Now the problem is all this is going to work, well, eventually. Okay, so remember I said some user code is going to be broken? Program print is the module that pretty prints. But what I was about to say before that is there's going to be something weird that I haven't thought of, like some way for procedure calls to be weird. And we'll figure that out down the road. Okay, let me just fix this. We knew this was going to come. So if it's a bake, we just do this. Okay. There's probably someone else who cares about that, so one of these tests will fail, maybe. We'll see. Cookies are evil. I don't think I agree with that idea that cookies are evil. I've had good times with cookies. I don't know what kind of propaganda you're spreading. Okay. There, same thing. Chess does this thing where it's translating to C or vice versa. Anyway, all right. Bake args. Not sure about that. I didn't write this code, so I don't know exactly what it's doing. Like, why were we saving that till here? Okay, I don't... Oh, this is for auto bake? Wait, what? Was? This seems like a really weird way to do this, but whatever. Like, this is weird. So we're iterating over the unsorted arguments. This doesn't look correct to me. Like, I don't... Why? Okay. So... this has... So it's sort of getting the procedure out, but then it's checking for auto bake. Like, this doesn't make sense. That's not what a bake directive is. like it's checking for auto value bake and looking at, like, what? This just doesn't look right to me. Was there someone else who fills out those arguments? No. So what's going on here? It's looking in some bake directive to see if an argument should not be printed. I'm going to try commenting this out. It might blow up, but this looks to me like theoretical code that is based on a not correct understanding of what's going on. Oh, this is like somehow, I see. This is like trying to generate a procedure call. Okay, I get what's happening. The comments would have been nice, but like we're trying to translate things to C. C can't do bakes. That's just not a feature of C. And so when we see a bake, what we're doing is we're saying, well, we'll try to call the original procedure. And just leave out the arguments that were baked, except this is not what that means. So like, let's just even see if this comes up. Because it may not. Looks okay. Great. Okay. Like, yeah, that bake call stuff didn't make sense. Okay. So let's do the tests again. In debug, we'll see what happens. I'm glad everybody has so many opinions about cookies. I ate pretty much This entire bag of licorice, which according to the bag is 800 calories. Rip. Rip. Too much licorice could give me a heart attack. I need higher blood pressure, honestly, so if it'll help with that, I'm all for it. I need to get some of the serious Danish licorice, though. We don't, like, here in the Western world, we don't have, like, serious licorice. I need, like, the licorice that Serious Sam would eat. Buy another Razer keyboard. Yeah, that would do it. Am I into salty stuff? Sure. How you like those guys? Finnish licorice is pretty great. How is Finnish licorice different from Danish licorice? What is it like? Gotta add Screaming Suicide Bombers, Serious Sokoban game. Well, look, sometimes you have to save something for the sequel. You know, if you just put everything in the first game, who's going to buy your second game? Hey, look, we passed. So that's great. We rewrote bake. Why did we do this? I mean, there were beneficial side effects, but why did we do it? We did it because of a parsing problem, right? Yes. That's how it started. It started in the parser. But I do believe we are net minus a significant number of lines of code. Of course, I didn't count beforehand, but we're probably minus 100. We were definitely in the 529s yesterday. So that's great. Let's do a release test. And then I'll check it in. That works. That works. Oh, by the way, the amount of compiler time went down significantly, which either is random or, because remember someone was asking about it the other day and it was about 1.6. So it's significantly lower than that. I did change some things that might have made it faster a little bit inadvertently. It's of course kind of random, but we just hit 1.4. So we get around 1.4 if everything's in cache. And again, the linker's like 0.5 something. So we're rocking around 0.9 seconds to do the actual compile while streaming, which means it's lower when not streaming. But I still want to do a stream sometime where we just do a performance revamp, you know, because I haven't done one of those in a while. And every time it's been a while and I do one, I just find stuff where it's like, oh yeah, this could be faster, that could be faster. Okay, but we're going to run release tests. And while those are running, we're going to assume they pass, and we're going to see, it's not so bad just completely breaking a feature. It's great. We're going to put in the change log fixed of bake. What do we call it? We'll just say that. Great. Okay, now we did have a no check-in at least. Probably two. Just one. Check for macro expansion. Now, this is where it gets a little weird. I think right now we're just going to disallow it from being a macro. We're going to say, look, dude, can't do that. However, that might not be the right decision long term because, you know, what if it's a macro that expands to a different procedure call that you might want to do a bake on? In principle, that would be fine. In practice right now, we don't actually have macros that expand to individual expressions. That's just not how it works. It probably should be how it works in the long term, but it's not how it works right now. And so to complicate this based on things that are not that way, I don't think is warranted. So, okay, so in the case that we have a lambda, I forget what the flag is called. Okay, so this is macro expansion. I don't know why I called it is macro expansion. That's a little weird, but all right. And then let's make a thing that tests that. So okay. So we say this bake isn't right. Here's the thing that you're trying to pass to it. Great. Whoa, wait. Never mind. We actually bake macros and it's fine. I forgot. I forgot this programming language is good, and therefore you can actually just bake macros. I don't know what I was thinking. Why wouldn't you bake a macro? Everybody likes baking macros. When they say eat macros, they mean cookies, right? So you eat your macros. Cookies. All right. We're going to check this in. Substantial rewrite to bake. So do I keep going, or is that enough for a Sunday night? And do I do Serious Sam? I don't actually know the answer to this question. I'm going to uncheck these bugs from my email because they are handled. This one looks, let's at least look at the next one. And then maybe that will help give us more insight into the Serious Sam question. So the other report that I got is this. Op left is not a struct. Oh, yeah. Okay, so what's going on is okay, this is just something that holds an integer, right? This is a pointer to that, and he's trying to dereference through a pointer that is not constant inside a struct initializer, right? And so the error is just, it's giving an internal compile error because we didn't catch that. You're only supposed to be able to assign to stuff that's constant. I'm going to have to look at wherever we check what's legal. This one should be easy though, so we're going to do it. Have I played Serious Spelunky yet? I haven't. So this is where we are having our problem. Could delete old breakpoints. Wait, that was our breakpoint. Whoops. I was like, global data, who would break in global data? Come on, bro. Oh. Like, why isn't there just like a pull down of 5 or 6 of these that I can pick? Just somebody make a good Visual Studio, please. Actually, no, don't, because I'm moving off it. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Deceleration of Marco. What? Deceleration? You mean declaration of Marco. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no Marco. What file? What file are you claiming that this happened in? Marco. Nowhere in the entire compiler is the string Marco. Is this in the code that I deleted? When I ran the test. What? You mean the thing that I deleted because I said we can bake a macro? What even was I doing? I was working on this. And we're breaking here. Okay, I just wanted to see how we get here. Okay, we're outputting the initializer. Okay. So yeah, so it's looking for a struct type, and but I don't think we want to change this error message because, oh, maybe. Okay, the job of this is to say, yeah, the job of this is to say, hey, man, I don't think these should be internal compiler errors, I guess. It's more like you could generate these like you could do that as well, right? And get a different one. No. But that error is being caught in a totally different place. So, yeah, we'll just make these user-facing errors for now. And then the question comes up later, like if different calling sites want different messages. and then we might have to pass in a parameter about which way the message should go. But for now, all right. Actually, that one is an internal compiler error. Okay. Invalid expression. See, these error messages have to be a little bit vague, like okay, well, really, this is only used for structs. So okay, here we're going to fix this message and then elaborate a little bit. We're going to say is not a struct. That's, again, confusing, stupid error message. If report no label, it's a pointer, and pointers are not okay here. Okay, like that. Let's get rid of that. Oh, well, we're running the other compiler. Dibjig. Yep. Okay. Other messages. If it's an array subscript, yeah. We could say to cut down on the word struct everywhere, static, because that's what we call it, static initialization down here. Okay, I think those are the only ones, really. So let's make sure that doesn't misfire on our existing code. I'll send an email to the dude and say fixed in next beta. Let's run the game, make sure it runs. Struct, people are telling me that they do not know the alternate spelling of struct, that elides the T in order to increase the elegance of the thing being said. I can't believe you people. All right. We're not going to rerun tests because we added a T. All right. Great. Next. Just like Casey looking for the next page button. Yeah, I unfortunately dropped into the stream while that was happening. I sympathized. Like, it was kind of hilarious when his cursor was like right over the, 100 of 155 or whatever. But, I've probably done stuff like that on stream in the past, so it is what it is. Okay. Do I do the next one? I think we at least look at the next one. The way this is going to work is I keep looking at the next one, and if it gets too tired, then we do some Serious Sam. All right. So this report isn't constant for arg baking. Yeah, that doesn't seem hard. So this is new, the ability to say this is new. And arg baking was late to the party. Argument 1 to this bake is not a constant. So when something is written like this, it has an intermediate type that is assigned to it. It is called type def unary dereference. And I guess we should make an exception for that. We're going to have to explain that. Otherwise, we say oh boy, we really didn't like that. Okay. Oh wait, we said if no expression, right? I am stupid. We said if no expression and then try to use expression. That's not good. Arg interp type def unary dereference expr arg. Actually, you know what? Let's do it up here. Because we already sort of have this tangler. All right. Boom, it runs, doesn't do anything, so There we go. And so we're going to go foo gamma 2. Foo first, right? So this one ought to just print mode is beta. And then this one ought to print mode is gamma. See? They upgraded to the gamma container right there. Excellent. Let's make sure, once again, we didn't break anything. Always a possibility. Does language check whether the edit distance is within one of a keyword and compile as the keyword? No. No. No, 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 no. I mean, there are a number of compilers that'll do that when they're going to report an undeclared identifier. They'll say, hey, did you mean this other identifier? But like automatically compiling in that case is bananas. You just don't want that. All right. Bake accepts unary dereferences. Whoops. Oh yeah, I had a no check-in explain. Also, should put this here. Bakes don't check if they're a macro expansion. Didn't we do something else though? Variables. Variables. Okay, all right. I have to explain this, and the explanation is oh, we have to test that, actually. Okay, so the thing to test is the following. Okay, great. That's totally what we wanted to happen. Should at least make sure it compiles. Okay, I think that is all the bugs on, I mean, there's other stuff, but all the recently submitted bugs from beta users. I think, let me go look. I think fix in next beta I am sending. Isn't it good when people... Oh, no, I was wrong when I said that was all. There's one more. Unhandled expression. This one again looks easy, so we'll do it. Unhandled expression in copy expression to global data. Now it's weird. Why are we in copy expression to global data? That's just a frickin' procedure argument. Why are we making global data? Yeah, that's a little weird one. Let's take a look at that. So we're looking for unhandled expression in okay, so copy expression to global data is the thing that we do anytime we need to put something in a data segment, which includes making the canonical type of a struct. I imagine that the reason it's doing that is because it just needs I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. Right? Oh, it's a cast. Right, it's the cast that makes it. So this is a member of a. Oh wait, it's a cast on one of the members. It's a cast from null. Yeah, that's a case we hadn't run into yet. But wait, it's a cast on a... Hold on. Hold on. This should be a pointer literal, right? Yes. Pointer literals should not have casts layered on the outside. So I suspect we're going to break wherever this happens. I suspect this happens in check that types match. We call make implicit cast or something, but we'll find out. This might take a little bit. Just waiting for it to go. There we go. Wait. What? What? Did I not put no jobs? That is what I... Wait, what? 4295 000 Oh, I put it here. I'm stupid. There we go. Boom. Bam. Okay, where's this happening? Oh, this is the thing that casts a void pointer. I think rather than rewrite people who do this, I think make implicit cast should check itself before it wrecks itself, you know? Like, here, although actually, I mean, yeah. So the deal is implicit casts don't ever get generated for numbers. Okay. Oh boy. This is this mess. Oh boy. This is small enough. Don't mind the duplication. Oh my gosh. Make implicit cast wants to return something that is not a cast. Do people care? Probably not. This is going to be expression because it's C++. Oh, no. We didn't do that one in an object. All right. Oh, what did I mess up? Oof. Whoops. No, because we change it. Can't do that. What a butt pain. I think I just heard a gunshot outside. San Francisco, 2020. It was pretty far, but there's only one. Duck, yeah. Well, it's too late. Maybe it was actually a car crash and it was far enough away to sound like a gunshot. I mean, a car crash would be a longer sound, probably. Maybe not, by the time a lot of it was attenuated. Well, deafen. Oh, wait, I deleted. I think it was get inferred type of substitute. Let's see. What did I delete? Diff. Do cast via using I don't even remember right now what do cast via using even is. Yeah, I was getting for a type of substitute. I don't feel totally good about this one, but I'm not sure what the better solution is. This is not... All right, well, that worked. Once again, let's do the tests. So the deal is that the part that wants to copy things to global data, oh boy, I did break something. Wait, gameplay key map procs to register. The only reason this should have changed. Wait, what? This is just normal stuff. I broke something. Oh, cast via using, right. Okay, I broke cast via using in some way. Let's see again. Let's get it working, and then I think I want to factor this around to make it cleaner anyway. All right. Let's gonna look at this again. Okay, so I mean, I suppose I could just set the line number where the problem happens and see what happens there, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing a problem. So the question is the other thing, well, let's just see. So we are, that works. The game doesn't. So the game is failing on line 669, dudes. When is Serious Sam starting? Maybe in a bit. Car backfiring sounds similar. I don't know that I've heard a car backfire in a long time. Possibly never. Possibly never. Can AI improve compilers? Yes. It really didn't sound like a firework. Like fireworks and gunshots sound pretty different. Trying to come up with ideas for games, but you feel like you only come up with puzzles and can't make artistic games that aren't puzzlers. Do I have any advice? Well, what are you interested in, right? So, like, what are some games that you like to play that aren't puzzle games? And then what do you like about those things, right? Let's start there. Answer that, and then we can go from there. Lamborghinis sound like guns when they bang. Well, maybe that's what it was. I just can't, now that electric cars exist, I just can't drive a Lamborghini. Especially there's an electric Porsche now. Like it doesn't have a very good range, but like, come on, man. You hear backfire a VW Beetle, like from this 1970s, like that kind, with like the tailpipe that looks like a lead pipe from Clue. I guess it's a little smaller than that. I don't know when is the last time I've even seen one of those. Holy cow. I should get one and drive it around just to be cool. Glad you liked the video. Last time I saw one was in the 1970s. No, they were still all over the place in the 80s. Probably also in the 90s a little bit, but these days you don't see them. Get a Lotus? I have a Lotus, but not. I have a car, the body of which was made by Lotus. 1973. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wait, we didn't want this breakpoint anymore. That was just informational. Wait, what? Okay, what were we even doing? We have this problem. I'm really not sure what is wrong. I thought that this error would be happening because we inserted a pointer literal cast, but we didn't though. Like it doesn't even make sense that we would, because this is an array. So either we messed up these procedures, Okay, wait. My theory was we messed up cast via using, but I don't think that's it either. Let's just see if we do something weird with the implicit cast on line 669. Let's go to definition from here. Okay, so that's in first. Same. Great. So it is a pointer literal. Like what? How is that a pointer literal? Wait, this is different. What? Why do we have an incorrect line number? Oh, this is the wrong file. That's the first from, yeah. Okay, there we go. So gameplay key map procs to register is an array. Taking the address of that. Oh, it's an address of a global variable. That is a pointer literal, yes. Okay, so needs more cookies. Never came back with. Well, I try to answer people's questions, and they don't go. Okay, so this is a pointer literal. That part's fine. So we're calling array reset on the pointer literal. Its type should be pointer to expandable array of pointer to code declaration. That's pretty straightforward. So I wonder if that for some reason didn't happen. we just not set the type correctly? No, we do. We set it to type. Well, when we print out this error, let's just see. It's matches multiple. Okay. Okay. So wait, what? Oh. So we can look in the first match for the argument. It is this thing. And this is our new pointer literal. Oh. Haha, we didn't increment the cast count. Roller coaster. Number cast count. Didn't I do this the other day too? Dot. So it's the right type. It's just, you know, sometimes for overload resolution, the tiebreaker is how close, like which one of these functions is closer to the input type. And if there are two that are equally close, you can't resolve the overload. So if you don't say, hey, we did this implicit cast on one of them, then the one that's the result of the cast will be equally close. So that was, in fact, a very small bug. We're going to run the tests again. So many crimes occurring simultaneously, it's hard to keep track. Welcome to San Francisco. You know what we're going to do? Do you know what we haven't done in a long time? That we deserve? Because we fixed bugs. Eat some licorice. I hardly have any. I think there's like... There are 2 pieces of licorice left in this bag. Rip. I just got it out of the mail at like 5 p.m. All right. We're going to have to make a chartreuse. I'm going to have to find all the things. Oh wow, it's not centered. Which way does it need to go? It needs to go this way. Nope, I went the wrong way. Dude, this is so confusing trying to line this up. Why do I keep pushing it the wrong way, dude? What? I don't understand. The problem is I cannot see the picture at the same time. There we go. Okay. Better. Better. Like the camera is rotated at a weird angle. Did I happen to see the last Handmade Hero? Clang failed to generate reasonable code. I saw part of it. You know, I am not a big assembly efficiency guy. I don't necessarily. I don't know what's the fastest way to copy on various processors. Too far. Too far. Good enough for now. Although you can see all the unseemly wires underneath. All right, we covered up the unseemly wires again. What did I even just do here? What was I working on? Oh yeah, implicit cast. Okay. Boom. All right. I'm going to send fixed in next beta. Period. Isn't it great when things are fixed in next beta? Okay. That, I do believe, is my last user reported bug that I know of. What frother do I have? It's a Capresso or something or other. All right. We're going to do pass 2. This is a two-pass frothing. Now the final flavor. I might have put too much. Again, we don't always do doom music when we do a chai, just often. We have to get back into the swing of things. It's been a long time since one of these. You can't just go straight to the full experience. All right, almost done. Almost done. The best chai in the world. All right. I feel like we're going to ship the next beta pretty soon, and it'll just have a smaller change list. Because I sort of want, like, there's some relatively new things, so the pointer literals are very new. Maybe we'll do a little more work on I know one thing I want to do for pointer literals. It'll be more like a feature expansion. But just like a lot of these bugs that are being found are in new things. So it's all like pointer literals, unary dereference, like all these things that are relatively recent. And so like letting that stabilize so that people are not just hit by bugs is probably a good idea. Clearly I've never had your chai. I'm sorry, but there's no way it's better than my chai. You don't know because you can only see and cannot taste it, but it is so good. Look at that. Did you see the froth level of the chai? mean, any chai that you could eat like a meal, because you dip in the spoon and it's just like, yeah, it's good. Mmm. Mmm. Your chai is made from scratch. Well, that is very fancy. Yeah, like malloching and freeing exactly the same size block is a weird test. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you'd be testing for, but that doesn't sound like a good malloc test to me. Like I would take, n random sizes where n is like 100 and just scramble the order of that every frame and malloc and free, or every loop iteration, and malloc and free all 100, because that's a little bit more like a real case, right? What kind of milk? The kind of milk changes all the time. This was like Horizon Organic full fat. It doesn't say full fat on the container, but yeah, none of this like 2% BS. Make yours on the stove and steep the herbs before adding tea and sugar. You don't have John level froth. Yeah, well, I mean, not everybody can have the froth. It's just, it is what it is. So we'll do any last questions and answers. These could even be moderately off topic. I'm just going to finish the chai, and then I think we're going to do some serious Sam, even though I'm really frustrated with the part of the game that I'm on. It's an interesting problem-solving exercise about how to get past it. So, how do you get rid of your OOP habits and learn to program without all the fancy high-level stuff? Well, I mean, getting rid of OOP habits is not, I think it's good to do, but that's incidental, right? The actual value is, how do I program things that have more functionality while being easier to write and easier to understand and easier to modify, and that take less time to make, if I didn't cover that, which probably I did. Anyway, that's the thing. And so what you can do is look at that being the goal and then seeing how removing OOP in various ways can help you get to that goal, right? Because then it makes sense. Otherwise, you're just doing something that's an arbitrary stylistic change, which, who cares? I mean, use what style you like, all other things being equal. But the point is, in this case, all other things are not equal. So I would say the way to get rid of the habits is to find something that's slow, rewrite it so that it's fast in as simple as possible of a way, or something that's complicated and rewrite it so that it's simple, and just try it without OOP and just see the difference. And if you like the difference, then your brain will gradually take you toward that style, probably, unless your brain is broken. Is Atlas Shrugged worth reading? I don't know. It's really long, and I did the audiobook, so it was really, really, really long. I had not read any Ayn Rand before. I had just you know, knew basically what her shtick was, right? I will say it's worth reading in two ways. One is just because it's a landmark of thought that people refer to, and if you actually read it, you'll actually know what that is, right? More solidly than people who haven't read it. So that's one reason. Another reason is that parts of it are really correct, and some of it is really timely. Like, there's all sorts of stuff in there about how, you know, people who actually produce stuff are considered evil because they're successful and people are jealous and all these things. It goes beyond that, really, but all these things that you see playing out today, right? Now, it's also kind of bananas. Like, it's correct in some ways and it's deeply incorrect in other ways. And so it can't really be taken seriously as any kind of roadmap to a solution to the kinds of problems that it outlines. So that's a bummer. But, I mean, I'm glad that I read it or had the audiobook read to me in retrospect. Like, I think it was a useful thing to do or a good use of my time. It did get really slow in the middle, and just be ready to hear a lot of the same speeches coming from different characters over and over and over. And as long as you're prepared for that, it's okay. Do I ever take dedicated time to evaluate my progress as a programmer, game designer, and reflect? You know, I don't ever set aside large amounts of time to do that, but I do it occasionally. Just naturally, for the most part. Yeah, I was listening to the audiobook on 1.4x speed, and it still took a really long time. You liked Fountainhead better. Well, maybe I'll do Fountainhead. Is Fountainhead as long as Atlas Shrugged? Because if it is, I won't do it for a while. But the place, so I guess Fountainhead is an earlier book. Maybe that's wrong, but that's my vague understanding, or my vague guess. Like, Atlas Shrugged really goes off the rails when it gets into the whole objectivism thing, which was Ayn Rand's attempt to formulate an ethical system. It doesn't make any sense. Like, seriously, it doesn't make any sense. And so the more that it does that, which it especially does toward the end, it's just like, ugh, right? Someone's saying a lot of Ayn Rand's philosophy is fundamentally a reaction to Soviet Russian culture, and you feel like she overcorrects in her philosophy to be as not Soviet Russia as she could imagine. Yeah. Oh, totally. I mean, it feels that way. But I also see her point, right? Like, you know. When can you expect the compiler rewrite in Rust? Approximately never. It's really funny, you know. Was Atlas Shrugged written in the 60s or the late 1950s? Let me see. Late 1957. So, I mean, it was probably written in the mid 50s, right? It's a big book. It probably took a little while to write. There's so much stuff in that book that you're just like, yep, that's exactly what people are saying today and doing today. And it's just, And it would seem like a new thing. You would think like all this stuff is new, but it's totally not. So is BioShock a suitable replacement for reading Atlas Shrugged? I don't think so. I don't remember. Like, the thing you have to understand is Atlas Shrugged is serious. BioShock was not very serious as a like BioShock used this setting of like an Ayn Rand kind of character, but who was a dude, or it's essentially like a Midas Mulligan, John Galt kind of character, right? Who made a utopia, and then it all came apart, right? But like, it doesn't. It's very shallow story wise because it's a video game, right? Like, you don't really get into why it came apart in any serious way, and it doesn't have to justify that. It's just like, oh, like drugs happened or something, genetic modify, whatever. Like, it's not the same kind of thing as what Atlas Shrugged is, which, again, Atlas Shrugged is a little too cartoony and weird, but the point it is trying to make is quite extensive and detailed and trying to be seriously made, right? And it's just a little too cartoony. Whereas, BioShock is not that. But, I mean, yeah, I agree that BioShock's premise is a critique of objectivism, but it's not even a critique of objectivism, is what I'm saying. Like, it uses the setting of objectivism gone wrong. That's not the same as being a critique of objectivism. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, I think objectivism is kind of nutty and ignores basic reality in major ways. So it's not like I don't think a critique of objectivism is a good idea. It's just BioShock was not that. Yeah, well, that's exactly. So someone just said, I used to think Ayn Rand's villains were unrealistically dumb, and you sort of still do, but being on Twitter has made you think she was more on target than you thought about that. That is exactly what I was thinking when I was reading that book. Like, there is even somewhere in the book, it's just an aside thing, but there's a whole thing about, or just a couple sentences about, like, people getting so irrational that they try to convince you that 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4. Like, that is literally in the book. Taggart's brother and Hank's wife were literally Saturday morning villains. Yeah, although you don't know that about Hank's wife until the end or the middle. And this is a problem. Like, I was doing the audiobook, right? And the audiobook, the reader was doing all these different characters essentially, which helps because when you're just listening, you at least want to know that one character stopped speaking and another one started. But like, his reading of James Taggart was just, completely uncharitable in every way. Like, there was never anything good about him, which is kind of the way the book is written, but I don't know. You could make it a little more real in the reading, maybe, but it's hard. It's such a big book, so I don't blame him for it. Probably her making a reference to Orwell. Could have been. No, there was so much stuff in there that people say in the past few years. It's kind of nutty. It's like exactly the same talking points. Ayn Rand villains all hate the good for being good, and you're like, who's like that? But then you see Elon haters on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, there is. I have seen that happen in the world, the hating the good for being good. It's a thing that people do because they don't want to look bad, right? So if you're showing people up, like, you know, a lot of people don't want to be blamed for their problems and for their for anything that hasn't gone their way, and especially if that complaint, like they said in the book and like is happening lately, if that complaint supposedly gets them merit, like, oh, I'm poor, therefore I'm not one of the evil rich people. It's not my fault that I haven't had a job in 4 years or whatever, right? So that is a part of human nature. Not everybody does that, but some people definitely do. But again, that's one of the things that I think in things like Atlas Shrugged is taken to cartoony excess, you know? When in reality, people's motivations are more of a mixture than that in almost all cases, right? But it's like Twitter kind of has to be abandoned as a place for reasonable discussion no matter what. Like, nothing makes any sense anymore, you know? Like, nobody's even trying to have a reasonable point. Like, people have forgotten what having a reasonable argument looks like. It's just literally yelling at each other, and it doesn't even matter. Like, even if you yell at somebody with like the most easily disclaimable or disprovable or counterable claim, it doesn't matter because they will have to spend a lot more energy reasonably responding to the thing you said than you had to yell. And so that's just what works on Twitter. It's not good. Hate depends on lack of knowledge of the person you hate. I agree, right? There's also a mechanism in human technology or in human psychology, that turns other people into an abstraction, especially other people you don't like. Like, that's how objectification happens. Like, people talk about sexual objectification, and I'm like, I guess that's a thing. But real objectification is when you decide that somebody else isn't a real person with good reasons for doing and believing the things that they do and believe, and who is just like a twirling mustache villain, right? That's objectification. Because you're making them into a target, like that person is evil and must be destroyed, blah, blah, blah. Which happens all the time on Twitter, right? Well, I'm out of chai, everybody. So it might be time for me to struggle with Serious Sam. We might get through the game tonight. Might not. Musk is quite notorious for setting unrealistic deadlines and hyping them up. Absolutely, right? Like, he is the master of unrealistic expectations, but at the same time, he gets things done way faster than most people would think possible. Most people didn't expect the U.S. to go back to space the way we have, especially not with rockets that land. You have to give him credit for actually achieving all this stuff. And compared to what he manages to make happen, the fact that he's bad about over-promising is not that bad. I'll take someone who over-promises and kind of mostly delivers what they promised kind of late. I'd much rather have that than somebody who doesn't make promises and also doesn't deliver anything, which is most people in most businesses most of the time. What do I think about the Crow Team games in general? I mean, I like Crow Team as a developer. I mean, I know some of the guys there. I met them a couple years ago at their conference. You know, I think they're interesting games because they're sort of in the same genres as a lot of other games are, but they're different though, right? Like Talos Principle isn't a generic puzzle game. Serious Sam isn't a generic shooter, etc. Right? They did release a bunch of stuff in the past few years that I haven't played. Like they were doing a thing where they were incubating smaller indie projects, but like having them be Serious Sam kind of games or whatever. And I haven't played most of those, I don't think. Yeah, I agree with what people are saying about the radical optimism is part of what helps make the projects work. You know? Yeah. I mean, things always take longer than you think, right? I mean, I've done some game projects that took longer than I thought. But that was also because they were bigger and more interesting than I thought, and I wanted to do them all, right? So, yeah, I mean, if things take longer, great. Like, I'd much rather humanity take longer than we thought we optimally could to do some awesome space stuff and electrify our transport and all that than to not do it, which is what was going to happen. Like, we still wouldn't have, like, if it wasn't for Tesla, we still today would not have electric cars that anybody can buy in 2020. That is just true. So, like, man, if you went back to 2006 or 2005 and saw what the rhetoric was around electric cars, it was very, very, very negative. They'd be the same dinky smart car crap. Do those even still exist? No, they don't. Like, there wasn't even an electric smart car. Like, one of the funny anecdotes about Elon looking for funding from other people, wasn't it like he had a meeting with Daimler, so they made an electric smart car for the meeting so he could show it to them, right? Like, there wasn't an electric smart car until Tesla. Now we have an electric Porsche, so it is what it is, man. Like even back when I had gotten my electric car in 2008, 2009, I went on a date with some woman who like worked for the state of California in this kind of like long distance transportation planning. And I was talking to her and I was like, look, electric cars have already won. They're so good. You can tell as soon as you drive one how good it is. And California should be getting behind that. And she was like, nope, we're behind hydrogen. The future is all hydrogen. Everyone's going to have hydrogen cars and blah, blah, blah. And it was so obviously, actually, wait, did I say 2008? This would have been, because I didn't get mine till 2010. So this would have been like 2010, 2011. Yeah, she was just like, hydrogen is the future, and she wouldn't like listen to anything about it. And she said all the same stuff that people said about there's no charging infrastructure for electric cars and blah, 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 which turned out to be pretty easily solvable problems, you know. Europe is planning hydrogen. Well, so was California. We'll see how it works out. Do I have any techniques for not meeting expectations that doesn't turn into a vicious cycle of undervalue? Do you mean like you expect to get a certain amount of stuff done and you don't get that much done? I mean, that happens with me, but then if I look at what I actually did, as long as it's actually substantial, and like there's this thing that happens with projects where you start doing them and you see what all the real things are that have to happen, and it's way more than you thought in the beginning, right? And so if that's why it's taking a long time, but you're actually working on it, right? You're actually putting in the effort and getting things done, then you would be able to, or I am able to, at least to look at that and say, yes, I've been spending my time productively. Look, why isn't there an open beta on the compiler yet? Is it because I'm not working on it? No, look, we're on beta 26, and here's all the fixes and changes, some of which are quite major, that I did since the start of the beta on January 1, 2020, while, by the way, working on a couple of other games, right? So I can look at this list and say, okay, yeah, I haven't been slacking. I haven't been partying. I didn't say, oh, it's COVID, so I'm going to be depressed in my apartment for 6 months and not do anything. I put my butt in the chair and did the things, right? So I don't feel bad about it. It's just like, oh, this route is not as fast as I wish it were, but okay, we're doing, like, if it's this hard and if it's this much work, then what are the choices? I can keep going or I can give up. If I give up, is somebody else going to do it? Probably not, because it's a lot of work. And they'll, there are other big language projects, but they get, designed by committee, and they won't be able to do the kind of things I'm trying to do, I don't think, for a long time. So, okay. And also, if I give up on it, then didn't I kind of not exactly waste the effort of doing all the work that I've done, but it's like, it's not meeting its full potential, right? So as long as you can look at what you've been doing, and in the court of your own mind, you pass muster, then that's okay, right? Now, if you have been slacking and not doing the work and just screwing around, and that's why it took a long time, then self-criticism is in order, right? Or just decide that you're in the wrong hobby or the wrong business and go do something else that your energy will go into, right? Like maybe you just don't like doing that thing. So yeah, being able to have notes like this where you can look back and see what you did is quite good for, for realizing that you didn't, because sometimes you forget about a bunch of the things that you did. Like if I think back, like, what did I do this week? The week went by really fast. I might not remember most of it, but if I go look at like my source control logs of what I checked in, it's like, oh yeah, I did all these things. So, oh, yeah, the Chai Cam is still up. Sorry. You guys got the basic idea. You couldn't see the whole list, but that's fine. You program 9 hours a day at your job, 4 hours at night on the game, and it's difficult. Yeah, that is difficult. Working 2 jobs like that is difficult, for sure. So yeah, maybe do that. Like, and you know, if you don't know whether you're getting enough done to feel good about it or not, start logging it. And then you'll at least have information with which to make the decision. Like, how many things did I do this month, right? How important were they? And you can just go back and look and say, oh, okay, what does that mean? You know, what does that tell me I should be doing? Okay, I think it's time to get serious. I know there may be some people here who are not very serious. That's fine. But seriousness is going to happen. Okay, battery check. Battery check. Where's it at? Oh, we got plenty of battery. I have so many audio devices, I never can find the right ones. It's not headset earphone. It's that one. What program do I use to log my progress? It's called a text editor, or just any source control system will have an ability to go back to the log, right? So I can go here, I can go show log, and like, look, these are all the things. So the build master ones are automated, but these are all the check-ins that I did. You know, just today you can see all the check-ins. A little bit of it was before the stream. You know, Saturday, Friday, etc., Thursday. So you can just see what I've been doing. Or what you've been doing, right, if it's your log. Okay. Edit stream info. Serious gaming. You're updating the stream title. We have to switch over to the gamer monitor. I have to make that my primary display. And that's probably going to confuse OBS. I don't know. Okay. Well, it's like off. That wasn't off yesterday, was it? What is going on? Oh, that's the Chai Cam again. What? No. OBS. Okay, switching displays really confuses OBS a lot. Let's just put it that way. Gamer monitor ready. Gonna switch the Twitch stuff to the other monitor. Gonna start Steam. Oh, it was already running. How many hertz? This is a 240 hertz monitor. Is the audio level good, everybody? Playing on hard difficulty. All right, hopefully you can see with the lights off. Let me see what that looks like. Oh yeah, it's moody. It's good. Actually, let's turn the lamp on. We need the magic lamp to help us deal with Serious Sam. All right. Here we go. Fucking. Okay, that was working. So the stuff I was doing last night, I was running out of green beam, and then I couldn't fight these guys. But there I had green beam at the end, which is good, I think. Dude, I just take so much green ball damage. It's not good. There's too much going on. I kind of need to switch. You know what? I'm going to start with Greenie. Damn it! Oh, I kind of had it, dude. That was working. I mean, there were still lots of these guys coming, but, like... that was working. I didn't see those guys. I was doing great. I just needed to stay on green beam. That strat was working. Shit! I wasted a lot of my power up. I mean, we're getting better.
Still forward.
Damn it! I was just taking too many hits because I started fumbling on the keyboard. Wait, did I accidentally right click? I hope not. I just had to. I was fumbling with weapons. Like, what do I switch to? I'm out. All right. I need to preserve the green a little more because there's another wave of hammer guys. So I can't be so excited about the green. I hate those fireballs. They do so much damage. Did I know that the hammer guys are weak in the back? How am I supposed to get behind them? Explain that to me. There are like 800 of them and there are bomber dudes. How am I supposed to one-on-one fight them? I might try using C4 or something. I took so much damage right there. I thought I'd killed the guy. What was that? I don't even know what killed me. I keep hitting the wrong weapon. I keep hitting 7 for the beam. Because 7 is like, it's 6. It's 6 for the beam, guys. Fuck! I just took too much damage. I never popped my potion. Try not dying. Good idea. I guess that does damage. Alright, being that far forward is bad because I can't see the rockets coming down. Alright, that was good though. I like that timing of popping the pill. In fact, I might pop 2 pills just to do it. That didn't help. I couldn't see anything. The game kept seizing up. Like what was happening? I had no idea. Guys, I was doing so great. I kind of don't know what the game wants from me. Maybe I'll start using the extra lives. Ow! I missed all the health. Just the game seizing up like that doesn't help. It doesn't help. was mostly good. I just took too much damage at the end. There's a bunch of drops of energy, so if I can just hold my ground around there and just pick up more, it'll be good. Oops. I mean, oh shit. Let us die here. It wasn't ready. Alright. I took a lot of damage trying to get that health because I didn't have both miniguns out. It just took too long. Nah. Okay, let's do it again. Skill. Damn it, dude, I'm fumbling with weapons. Pick it! There's too many weapons in the game, and the shooter design of having them go all the way up to 8, 9, and having to reach your hand. But I was out of cannonballs, like, anyway. I don't know. We're getting better. We're getting better, but it's hard. Where is he? Oh my god, he's still attacking me! I missed those guys and I couldn't see them. And they kept hitting me. Those guys are so... They need to make them red. Oh man. Getting up that far is rough. It's rough. running out of cannonballs. I keep trying to do C4 and I keep hitting like Q to use it and it pops the menu and then I'm screwed. I guess you left button, right button to do it. There's just too many things in this game, dude. Damn it, I wasted so much bonus time on that. Damn it, I'm wasting my cannonballs. I just have no ammo. I mean, I guess I'm going to try using the C4 again. I have to remember that It's just too... Ow! Why are the rockets all the way back there? I'm like running into rockets that are coming down behind me. Fucking sucks, dude. I missed like all the skeletons that time. That was really bad. I'm 20 hours into the game and I still can't hit the right number key. Because I didn't have a lot of these weapons for a lot of the game, too. Fuck. when the game pauses for half a second, I can't do anything. Ah. It's really dangerous to be that far up there, but I need room to fall back. Have I considered using one of my gadgets the way that I am every time? So I should have used a second potion right there, is what I should have done. Then that C4 would have owned those guys completely. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna do this. Fucking get the weapon out! I can't see anything. Papa save. No, we're not going to save Scum. We're not going to save Scum. Fuck! I lost all my health. I have nothing left. There's no bullets! I'm tempted to use the defibrillator. We'll try it next time and see what it does. Okay, hold on. Not next time, because we're going to see the guy right here. Because I already screwed up. I already took so much damage. Fuck it. We're not going to defib that. Die already, bro. Look how much better I did. Of course, it cost every power up. Oh, look, there was an armor over here that we didn't know about. No defib. Good point. We just got a little bit better at the game. I really don't want to play that level on serious, man. I don't even know. Oh, there were all these minigun bullets right there. It's hard to tell because there are little drops that come off enemies that are small amounts of bullets. And there are drops like that that are spawns that are like 200. And you want the 200s, but you can't tell the difference. But I guess I didn't have time to like even look around because there's all these dudes coming at me. Well, we used all our rage potions. We just have a health. That's it. See, they kind of, I guess, designed this level for you to stand here and do like a rocket stand, but it doesn't work that way. Like, rockets aren't very good at any of these guys. Wait, maybe those are the smaller ones. Maybe you can tell the difference. Those are small, those are... No. Just rotated at an angle. I don't know. I did save.
Hey, who started the party without me?
You're late.
Good to have you back, boss.
Sam, I'm sending you the coordinates to a resupply point. I suggest you head there.
You say the cleverest things.
I know.
Where's the resupply point? Okay.
You say the cleverest things.
I know.
Wait, it's just killing me. There's just like a kill you if you go that way.
You say the cleverest things.
I know.
Where's the resupply point?
Sam, can you see the general?
Not yet. somewhere.
Oh shit, those are bad guys. I ended up in the bad guys. I can't tell
But I bet he's around somewhere.
where to go. Oh, is it that?
Guys, you need to clear a path to that outpost.
On it.
What outpost? Okay, that was also just... I don't know. Am I supposed to know where to go? Do I have to go watch a cheat stream so that because I don't have HUD markers? Yeah, there are supposed to be objective markers, but I don't see any. The resupply point was not forward, it was sideways. That's why I kept going sideways, because I was like, maybe I'm supposed to go across the battle. Go to a glowing orb. You mean like the teleporter thing? That thing? Dude, my keys don't work now. What the fuck? Oh, I have no rockets, that's why. I guess I got hit by a rocket. Yeah, this is campaign mode. Oh, fake death.
You keep getting uglier. Oh, shit.
I, Howard Brand, the last human, the beast of the apocalypse, have summoned thee, Oog San, O great warlock, O mightiest servant of Tahum, to present thee with a gift for the One Infinite. This prisoner, Almighty One, is your most hated adversary, Sam Stone. The Lord of Unreason will be most pleased to see him humbled. Let this tribute be the start of a great and powerful alliance. Together, we shall bring about the end of history!
The creature appears to be using the rods to recharge his vital energy. Must destroy them.
I need a way to get up there.
Give me a sec. I have an idea. Sam, I'm dropping a grappling hook and a parachute. All the tools you'll need to go Muzan climbing.
Thanks, babe. Let's get grappling.
Where? Oh.
Yo, boss! Don't forget to take some C4. We got plenty over here.
Oh shit.
Have a little C4. This is gonna blow. Just a pinch of C4.
I was switching weapons at exactly the wrong time.
Just a pinch of C4.
What happened to my C4? I tried hitting space to cut the
Just a
chute.
pinch of C4.
Did I waste one somehow, or was there like... Oh, fuck.
Samuel, the creature appears to be using the rods to recharge his vital energy. You must destroy them.
I need a way to get up there.
Give me a sec. I have an idea. Sam, I'm dropping a grappling hook and a parachute. All the tools you'll need to go Oogzon climbing.
Thanks, babe. Let's get grappling.
Yo, boss, don't forget to take some C4. We got plenty over here.
So wait, you get a C4 from a different place?
Samuel, the creature appears to be
Plenty
using the
over
rods
where?
to recharge his vital energy. You must destroy them.
I need a way to get up there.
Give me a sec. I have an idea. Sam, I'm dropping a grappling hook and a parachute. All the tools you'll need to go Oogzon climbing.
Thanks, babe. Let's get grappling.
Yo, boss, don't forget to take some C4. We got plenty over here.
There we go.
This is gonna blow.
Nope. What am I supposed to do about that? I can't shoot. Can I? Like,
This is gonna blow. Just a pinch of C4. Charges set.
Good work, babe!
Wrong now, boss! Couldn't have exploded that better myself.
It ain't about size, it's about technique.
Somebody order a mech.
ow! I tried boosting away from the I-beams and I'm not fast enough. Like my boost isn't far enough and it catches up to me.
Charges set.
Good work, babe!
Wrong now, boss! Couldn't have exploded that better myself.
It ain't about size, it's about technique.
Somebody order a mech.
What am I supposed to do? I dashed as soon as he did it. Maybe you have to dash as soon as you hear the groan. Oh, he died anyway.
Yes, we did it!
We mutualed. We
I
won by
fear the creature
mutualing.
is only temporarily stunned. If you do not act, it will rise again.
But how do we kill it?
I have just the thing. Hellfire! I'm gonna need wings.
Your wish is my command.
Oh, no, you don't. Take that, snake stick.
Sam, did you just break the Holy Grail?
Yep.
That thing's gonna blow!
Yep.
Hey, boys. Miss me?
You're right on time.
Wanna go for a ride? Say hi to the big fella?
You betcha. Open wide.
Ew. Very gross. Somebody took like a month
went
to do that
straight
and
to
get
his
the
head.
particle effects right.
I would have said, don't lose your head.
Already did that one today.
That was one hell of a migraine.
This is getting very cerebral.
Things came to a head.
Brain drain is a serious issue.
Talk about a head rush.
Couldn't get it out of his head.
No, wait. I got it. We blew his mind.
Perfect.
Yep, that's the one.
I hate it when I come up with the right one-liner 5 minutes after I kill the monster.
Yeah, it's the worst.
The life so short, the craft so long to learn.
I had pun block for a week once.
It's never happened to me.
You think this is the end? You think you've won? You have no idea what Tahum is capable of. He will destroy this planet, and nothing...
Just in case.
Oh, and by the way, tell Mental, Earth says hi. And then I jumped out of the plane right over the Arctic Ocean.
And you survived how?
He's serious, Sam?
That is not an explanation. I'm Rodriguez the Ram. When I jumped off a hooker's bicycle, I broke my
You know,
pelvis.
there's a theory that states...
Oh God, not again. It's not a theory when some whack job just comes up with some random stuff, Carter. Anyone can do that. I can do it. Dogs invented the moon. My grandmother was a reptiloid. Sam is a time traveler.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
There's a hypothesis.
So, how did you guys escape from the Harvester?
Oh, it was so badass.
It was gross.
They tried to probe us.
What? Nobody tried to probe me.
Me neither. Carter, I think they singled you out. Did you tell them one of your theories? Sorry, I mean hypotheses.
Well, you would have been next. They went after me first because of my intel.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that.
Man, that was a long mission.
Oh, yeah.
At least we got to see the sights.
You know, Rome was pretty cool. Especially the Vatican. You know, before Sam blew it up.
Hey, I only blew up part of it.
France was awesome. But I'm part French, you know, I'm biased.
You're part French too?
Of course. French is the language of love. And I am all about the loving.
Ew.
Yo, pass me the marshmallows.
Rodriguez ate them all.
Damn it.
Let's call Quinn and order more.
You know, she's a communications officer, not your personal assistant.
We're out of beer.
Damn it! Quinn, we need more beer.
Hey, you remember when Kenny lost his shoe?
Poor Kenny.
He was a good kid.
I wish Father Mikhail was here.
So you could torture the poor man with your theories?
Well, I choose to believe that he enjoyed our conversations.
Man, I wish we could kill Brand some more.
How many times have we saved the Earth now?
I don't know, like 7, 8?
Are we counting Beijing?
Definitely.
What about Oslo?
I don't think that counts. Plus, you ran over that nun.
I keep telling you guys, she came out of nowhere.
How many more times do you think we can pull this off? Saving the planet?
As many as we have to.
No way we're all gonna make it.
Speak for yourself.
Well, whoever's left at the end will have to find a way. There's always a way. Sometimes it requires dynamite, but it's always there.
Wow, that got dark fast.
I got beer.
Quinn, you came!
Beer! You came!
You are my personal assistant.
Oh, shut up, Hellfire.
A toast. Let's raise our beers in memory of absent friends.
To Jones. Miss you, buddy.
To Father Mikhail. I hope they let you take your shotgun into heaven.
To Kenny. You were just getting the hang of it.
So, where do you think they'll send us next?
Someplace warm would be nice.
But not too humid.
How about Egypt?
Americano.
Nana, I have a mission for you.
Silly boy.
Let's do this.
All right, we completed Serious Sam on hard. Sometimes it was pretty hard. But we made it to the end. Okay, so I think we get to play a new game. Because the next thing in my Steam library to play is Frog Fractions, Game of the Decade edition with new content DLC. How many hours did it take? Well, 25. Did I enjoy it? Mostly, yeah. Again, I have some issues with the execution. Like, it's like, I think objectively it's probably better than Serious Sam 1 in terms of, like, you know, game design, but it's not as much better as it should be for being 20 years later or however long it's been, you know? So, like, yeah. And it also just feels like it, you know, it feels like more polish would have gone a long way, which, you know, if I had the choice, I would say, hey, don't do any of the story stuff. I know a lot of people like story, but don't do any of the story stuff. Or just have it be in text like in Serious Sam 1, and then spend all that extra money and time on making the actual game less janky, right? That would have been good. But, you know, I enjoyed playing it. I mean, yeah, like, there's lots of shooters that I wouldn't play all the way through. Get some more water and we will fraction it up. We'll turn it down a tad. I don't want to wear a hat. No. We're learning fractions, everybody. Nope. I have 4 fruit, I have 10 Zork mids. want the 8. Oh, we can't get both. Alright. Oh, dude. We're now in floating point. Don't eat my fruit. Wave 1. Oh yeah, that was a good one. Do not eat my fruit. Now let's get lock on targeting. Not really know that that does anything. Alright, we have durians now. Dude, I can't tell when the durians are right. No, I missed them both. Okay. Uninstall lock on targeting. Dragon. Okay, let's go buy everything. Oh wait. I thought I would get to go to the store. to avoid bullets, Lieutenant Hop. No! That was probably a hat. $20. No.
As conceived in 1632 by Portuguese printing press operator André Felipe, boxing was a gentleman's game, in which two men would square off and regale each other with stories monotonous for days on end, until one of them fell to the ground from boredom or exhaustion. Over the next few years, the new sport developed a respectable following of a few hundred local socialites. Felipe's son, Andre Felipe, who developed what he called the punching strategy in 1637 after seeing a schoolboy strike another in anger, causing him to fall down. When Andre Felipe challenged the then champion, British expatriate Sleepless Bill Bishop to a match, Bishop was the odds-on favorite. You can imagine his surprise when, while he was describing what he had had for breakfast that morning, Andre walked up and thumped him in the neck, sending him down for the count in the parlance of our time.
Am I not wearing the hat on? Wait, does the hat unlock the new stuff?
While it was universally agreed that the boy had violated the spirit of the game,
Because it doesn't say that. Am I supposed to put the... Oh,
the
God.
group.
Alright. Like, you could actually tell me. Alright. I was thinking I would just get to an area that had new stuff, you know? Well, that was a Frog Fractions recap. Whiffing. Alright, I'm owning. Wait, I didn't know the turtle could go down. I thought only the dragon could go down. Alright, well. We're ready to own here on wave 1 now. Well, we're still doing the same thing so far with the hat, but... Why does my guy have big... The hat is political. How did I get 3 indignity? It's just gradually happening over time. I can't shoot now. Wait, what am I trying to do? Wait, what? Oh, these? I thought the other thing was raising me, but it's these things. No. No. I have to fight my way through. We went to the ferry building. Great. What would I need a blanket for? Well, I'm now stuck in a point and click game. So in Frog Fractions 2, the ZZT game was pretty fun and interesting as a framework for all the other things. So far, I do not want to play this. And so it's kind of ruining the Frog Fractionsness. I mean, I'm ready to quit, honestly. Oh. Like, it's got all this stupid adventure game stuff of you can't use the things that you want to use. And it gives you an excuse why. It's like, what? Just let me draw some red dots on me right now. That's all I want to do. The pen is right there. Oh, but she's using it. What? This is just like everything bad about every one of these games ever, dude. What are you doing, man? Like, I'm supposed to find a pencil somewhere. Okay. How do I find a pencil? It could be anywhere. It could be anything. It could be in any place. Maybe I'm not supposed to find the pencil. It could be in the cushions. So that I'm supposed to get the, like... Like, the thing about Frog Fractions 1 and 2 also is that the main games have momentum. Like, it's pretty clear how to move forward and do stuff, and this doesn't... It's being a little tongue-in-cheek about being trapped in an adventure game. I mean, sure, but that doesn't make it good to do that. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I'm having exactly the play experience that I would have playing a really bad point-and-click game, then I'm having that experience. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't make it better because it's in a game that's supposed to be ironic. Which is a bummer because I really like the other Frogs Fractions games. Maybe I can get past this part and then it'll get good. Like, the stupid ass, I don't need to get anything out of the wall safe. I don't know that. What's in there? Why can't I open drawers and get a pencil? So now I'm using every item with every other item. This is the point at which adventure games fail, is when you start doing this. Maybe there's no solution and you're supposed to quit out and you go to the menu and it says, haha. How do I murder everybody in this game? Can I just kill all the other characters? I said you're fired to the guy on the couch already. Well, I'm ready to quit. If anyone can tell me what to do, that's fine. Otherwise, I quit. I tried getting the blanket from here. No, this is not active. There's nothing there. It's a bitmap. Anyone pick up the drawer? Why do I want to do that? Oh, I can take the blanket now. Why? Why do I want to pick up these blankets? Oh, because I could tie them together. All right. Why do I have to convince him that I'm sick now, though? Trying to give it back to you before I leave forever. Okay.
Order, order.
Objection.
Quiet enjoyment. Wildlife smuggling.
Non-dischargeable debt.
Felony wobbler.
All right, so, you know, in video gaming, broadly speaking, I just can't stand these games where you click through dialogues and none of them really matter and you don't care. And that seems to be the base genre for this, which it just may not be my game, dude. Just may not be the thing that I do.
Crimes.
Due process.
Felony wobbler. Quiet enjoyment.
Oh, does it have to alternate? What? I don't know this rules. Even if it's the regular salt, why can't I put that there? Oh, it's Ace 2, 3. Maybe. Can't do either one. I can't do 8-7 and I can't do 7-8. Alright, rip. Maybe I'll come back to that sometime later, although I don't know if it saved my game, so... It's getting late, so that might be it for the stream. We did some Sam. We did some point and click adventure. Yeah, we'll see. We might do a programming stream tomorrow. We did programming today. It was all good. Thanks, everybody, for coming by, and I'll see you later.